folks. Welcome to the thunderstorm. It's not real bad. It's kind of off in the distance, but if you hear any kind of grumbling, it's not my stomach this morning. Actually, it's not this morning at all. It's noon 25. And I'm actually in a lot better mood than I was this morning. Because I stayed up later than I wanted to, uploading and crunching my video, only to find out this morning that the video that I filmed yesterday of the reenactment that I wanted to show you guys, got in trouble with copyright things because the vendor area, they were pumping out all this copyrighted music, and Dean Martin's estate was coming after me, so to speak, So, yeah, YouTube does not like any kind of copyrighted music, and I didn't ask them to play that in there. I'm just recording, and we've got the vendor area, so I had two things. I could be real particular about where the music is, but there's constantly music being played over and over that whole the area that I was walking in the vendor section. So I did the easiest thing for me, which is I just deleted the whole vendor section area. So if you wanted to see what the vendors are, somebody will have to put another video of that up. But it was only I deleted a 7-minute section or 6-minute section, something like that, which could use it because it was already 2 hours long. So anyhow, I woke up in a foul mood and had to crunch the video again and upload it, and it took several hours to do that. And when I put a video out, and especially after it's been edited, I want you guys to see it. I don't want to just sit there with, I've seen it, I've been there, I want to share it, it's not letting me. So that's resolved. It's on this channel. Check it out later. Check it out now. What have you. We'll see if anybody comes on, but it's a pretty cool video. I think there's a little bit there for everybody. If you don't like what it is, just fast forward it and go to something else. There's live fire drills. There's reenactors. There's live World War II vehicles doing their thing. So I talked a little bit about it this morning. So I actually talked quite a bit about it this morning. So, all right. So now this morning, what we did over 3.5 hours was just airbrush these vehicles here. So these are all winterized. We have a T-34-85 from BP Cast, and a 3 BP Cast trucks that were in abysmal shape. And I really think they will turn out just fine. But I did take a before picture of them. It's pretty embarrassing what they look like. Here is a US half track that I need to reglue this thing. It came off on me. And 3 T-34 model 42s. And that's Mother Nature on the rag. This is a rainy day. WFW, welcome. All right, so I glued with this with a hot glue gun, only because it was giving me fits having to mix up epoxy and refix it. And so we're probably all of these vehicles are assembled with hot glue, because there was some major gap filling that needed to be done. So as they fall apart, I'm going to actually mix epoxy up for them. Some of them are in pretty good shape, but all of these are really rudimentary vehicles. Let's see if I can show you. Very rudimentary vehicles. They didn't even have an underbody. So I had to make something out of wood, because literally they wanted you to attach the tires just floating there, like by some miracle. Almost like what is it? The arms and legs on a Wii. Your character, your avatars on Wii, they're just kind of floating there. Like, no, that doesn't really work. So if these pop off, like this one looks like it's doing, then we'll just have to put epoxy on it. But we want to black line some of this thing and make these details pop on this thing. How has my day been? It's been okay. It's been okay now. I had a frustrating morning. I uploaded a video and the gods at YouTube didn't like it. They didn't like it because there was copyrighted music in the back, because they were pumping it all the way. You know, I mean, YouTube will pick up a tune, and you know, if a fly is whistling Dixie out of its butthole in the next neighbor's house, YouTube will catch it, and it'll won't strike you, but it says, you know, you're not going to be able to monetize this video. And look, if I'm going through the effort of going down there and filming it and editing the video, I can at least make $1.50 off of it, which is about what it breaks down to. It $1.50 after a year. So I had to edit that part, just remove it. That's happened before. That's happened before. I've been doing this show like this, and the girls have been watching a syndicated TV show, and it picked up the sound underneath the door and everything. And the next thing you know, my video's in trouble. So it's never intentional. Like I've got access to music that's free. You know, that's no additional. Actually, I pay a subscription for the editor, so it's not like it's completely free. But I don't get into trouble with it. So that's all the music I use. But if I'm filming something and something's in the background, I mean, I don't even have good hearing, so I may not even hear it, and it runs into issues. Okay, speaking of issues, this son of a bitch is already misbehaving. So, one of these I'm using for epoxy. Let's go ahead and Nick get that going before I'm too far along with something else. This is the tray we're using for epoxy. Everything's over on the other side now. Yeah, I don't do Patreon or anything. I don't want people to send me money. Just watch my stuff. And you know, you got to watch a short commercial at the beginning, like I have to when I watch anything on YouTube. And some of that revenue comes to me eventually. You know, I don't have ads in mid-break. That's annoying. I mean, I don't watch people's content that has that. It's just annoying, you know. It's like having commercials that are broken apart at like the wrong time. So other people like Patreon this and Patreon that. And I don't want you to send me your money. Just give me your attention if it's something that you're interested in. If not, well, you know, I can't be into everything. I don't want to take money from you. I want to take it from Google. They got lots of money. You guys are like me. We don't need any. We got enough overhead. All right. So I made this little section thicker by adding this hot glue. So I'm going to leave that hot glue in place. That's going to give me a bigger area that I can put this particular thing on. Okay, that seems to be okay. This side seems to be okay. Evening. Really? Don't ruin my Sunday that way. Hey, the video's out. I'm sure you'll find lots of value in it. I was getting bent by Dean Martin. They're playing Dean Martin songs, and that's what screwed me. So I had to just take the whole vendor section out. it's not a big loss. I don't think that there's a big value in there and what it is, and I would have rather not taken anything out, but Dean Martin's estate was coming after me, so to speak. Now, this other side seems to be more glued. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to only re-epoxy things if it misbehaves. And then this pizza chip is okay. All right. So you didn't really miss anything other than 6 minutes of. You're glad you clarified that statement. What about getting bent by Dean Martin? Yeah. Well, it's not his fault. It's they pump copyrighted music through the whole thing, and the program that YouTube uses to recognize music is insane. I mean, you could have a fly, whistling Dixie at the house next door, and it'll pick up the tune. And you know what it does for me is I don't mind editing my video. I mind that I don't find out about this until I've already crunched the video, which is, several hours of not being able to use my phone, etc. That's the problem I have with it. I don't mind having to change my video. And there used to be an option on YouTube where it's just remove the sound of this section. You just click this button, and it doesn't look very professional, but I'm not a professional video guy. I'm just some asshole that can paint tanks. That's it. I'm not a professional video guy. I'm not going to take, if you want to see professional videos, don't fucking come here. I'll be the first to tell you. Just like if you want to see tanks painted correctly, don't go to the webpage of Ridley Scott. He can't fucking paint tanks. He can make movies, but he can't paint tanks. Fucking Ridley Scott. I haven't even seen the new Gladiator. It's probably terrible. I'm probably going to hate it. I really like the first one, a lot. And I'm okay that it wasn't, it's not realistic or that's not somebody, it doesn't matter. It's done in the correct spirit. Is that what you wanted me to clarify about Dean Martin? Look, if I wanted to be bent over by some dude, I'd pick somebody younger than Dean Martin. Wait, that didn't come out right either. Hey, here we make fun of everyone and everything. Actually, there's only one thing we don't make fun of. I'm not going to go there. I don't make fun of that. Too many millions died. You can't make fun of that. Not cool. And no, it's not the Mongols. Although that does remind me, I hate the Mongols. God, I hate the Mongols. It's going to be my new channel name, the Mongol Hating Channel. All right. I think I'm just going to start with this one, this detail one. And let's put some Nuln Oil down here. What's going to be our first culprit? How about one of these shit trucks? One of these shit-ass trucks. You found a source of combat miniatures over here. They do some early World War II Soviets, and the felt hats might draft them in for this interwar project. Well, that may not be combat miniatures because combat miniatures doesn't make felt hat Soviets. I wish they did. I mean, they might be called combat miniatures, but they're not the combat miniatures that I like, those Soviets. Now, there is a company called, they used to have them, called, give me a second. I'm old. Dirt. Stonewall Miniatures. And they expanded, or at least on their site, they used to have an expanded combat miniatures line, but they are combat miniatures only in name only. They are a completely different sculptor, done in a completely different style, and the ones I have seen don't look very good. Now, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't buy them, but there was a controversy between Stonewall getting those, getting some figures from a different manufacturer, I heard, and producing them not under license and getting into trouble. So take that for what it's worth. But the combat miniatures range, you'll see them because they look at the, combat miniatures only made. Germans, their Soviets are actually really limited. I mean, I love their figures. Now, those other, I have no idea, and you could tell them. But I think they have pictures of all their stuff. So if you see them and you like them, get them. But the original combat miniatures by Dave Alsop did not have any felt hat Soviets. I wish they did. I mean, I wish he would have made more of it, more stuff. But I don't think he wanted to die when it was his turn as it was. So, it's not like the guy was a dickhead and decided to die ahead of his time. Most people don't look forward to that. I can't wait to die in my 40s and screw everybody. It's waiting on new products to be released. I don't know how old he was, but I'd be surprised if he was older than I am right now. It was an untimely death type of thing. So, but it's a shame because he's my hero as far as sculptors go. Yeah, the same way people go, man, I wish Jimi Hendrix hadn't died. I'm like, yep, I wish Dave Alsop hadn't died, or Angus McBride. There's another big loss. I looked at that controversy. What I could gather, the guy in Spain thinks he should retain rights for all the sculpts, even though it's done as commissions for another company. Yeah, I don't know. I just heard that there was some. I heard there was some controversy, and it's weird for me to be like this hobby is like too small to have those kind of controversies. Like I was looking into something about MiG ammo, and like what's the difference between AK and MiG ammo, and now they got Atom and all this other stuff. Like they keep like confusingly added it, and like everything that guy is involved in, there's controversy. So I don't know what's going on, but it's like I don't understand our limited hobby and like that type of controversy. Like, can't we just get along? No, we can't, Rodney King. I ended up getting some figures from AliExpress, and then after I got them, I realized, oh shit, these are AB miniatures figures, not made by AB. Now, are they are they done under license? Hopefully they are, but they seem to be resin knockoffs of AB figures. So what do I do with them? Well, I'm just not going to order more. You know, I tried contacting them and saying, "Hey, there's some figures over here that you guys want to know. They're making them. I don't know if you told them you could make them, and I didn't get a response. So hopefully they're okay with it. I've done my part, but I'm not going to throw them away. But the combat miniatures they made, combat miniatures made Russians. They only made like 3 packs of Russians, as opposed to most of the other countries. They made like 6 to 9, maybe even more than that. So the Russians were kind of limited. The only super early war guys they had were the Russian cavalry figures, which they made mounted figures for, although they're not in very dynamic poses, and dismounted figures for. And both of them have the helmet that has like a little crest on here. It's not like an Adrian helmet. It's a Soviet looking helmet, but it has a little crest that's maybe like this big, and it fits over the top of it. That's maybe only so high on a real person, on the real helmet. And that's like the helmet that they were using like in the Winter War, and then probably some period during the 30s or something like that. Honestly, I think it looks pretty good. It's not like it's a bad design. It's not the 1940 helmet that they used. But yeah, I looked at that site on it. Man, they got all kinds of. How the hell they're making more combat miniatures? But they're just done in a totally different style. Now, with that said, you might like the style that the new figures are in, but it's a totally different style. But they've expanded it a lot. Let me fire up the cooler. Aha! I was between the clothes and the video editing and everything, and I finally got the last thing that I needed to unlock in my Battle of the Bulge game. I've actually unlocked every single thing in that game. I've done everything in it. The last thing was a royal bitch to do. That's that Shenandoah Studios one. Getting a quick victory thing, man. You gotta really like. You gotta get lucky and take risks like crazy. Okay, Stonewall miniatures. Oh, that's not the W. Where is it? Stonewall figures. Okay. Online shop. See, this Capitan World War II, that used to be called, they probably expanded this too. This used to be the ones that were called Fantasin. I think they're the ones that are called Fantasy, and they've expanded it. Let's see, how do I find it? Let's find something normal like German infantry. I mean, they're so damn small, I can't tell. They make DAC guys? DACA DACA. Alright, online shop. Where's combat miniatures? Combat miniatures, 20th century, 20 mil. Okay, let's go to Russian. Yeah, they've added a lot of stuff. Croatians, they didn't have that. They didn't have Chetniks. They didn't have Gurkhas or Hungarian cavalry or Hungarian infantry or the Indian army or Italians or Japanese cavalry. So you probably looked in the Russian pre 1941, right? Let's see if I recognize who the sculptor is. I mean, I'm glad they're expanding the lines. I don't think they look bad. They might be a bit on the heroic side. I mean, they might be rather large. I don't recognize the style. That's crazy that somebody made these figures out of green stuff. I mean, that's fucking talent. Their heads are a bit big, but it's no worse than Essex. You know? I think... And I wouldn't be surprised if, depending on what line it is, they look different. They make Chinese nationalist and communist? Oh, shit. Well, that's freaking cool. That's cool. Communist and traditional dress. Come on. I can't tell what they look like. I had no idea. I had no idea that they made Chinese figures. That is great. That is really, really good news. Because I'd rather... These pictures suck, though, man. They need to do something about those pictures. Chinese warlords. I just don't know what I'm looking at. That's pretty cool. That's really, really cool. Have you seen that 800 movie? I haven't. It's dubbed horrendously. You know, it's almost like two guys from China talking to each other. Hey, Tony, do you know what? I mean, the guy's name was like Tony or Vince or something like that. It was like not a Chinese name, you know? I'm like, come on, man. The faces of the female medics remind me of someone. No, I got really good self-control. I am gonna make it to the Pacific. I'm gonna make it to the Pacific. I'd rather do China than Philippines 44. To be honest with you, I'd rather do China because you could use the early Japanese tanks. That's pretty freaking cool, man. That's really cool. Well, what you do is you get something that could work for different things. Like you pick something that, order one pack of them and then pray to the gods you don't get bent on it. I can't see the damn pictures. Okay, the Russian medics are in which line? Are they in the pre-41? Are they cute? lovely wall. Operation Merida. That's Merida Mercure. That's out in Yutashka. I don't know what the hell is Yutashka. Where's the? That reminds me of that. Female medics. Who makes the female medics? Let me look at Russian infantry. There's new stuff in here. All the pictures that are shown, those are the original combat figures. Although they didn't have an 81 millimeter mortar team. And I don't think they had a Maxim machine gun team either. They didn't have a guard infantry squad. That's what they had. They had platoon weapons, riflemen in command. That's it. They didn't have Russian partisans. Meaning, you know, Dave Alsop didn't sculpt any of those figures. Who makes the female medics? They're in the early Russian section. They are? I didn't see them. They must not be on a listing by themselves. Advancing. Oh, no, I'm just retarded. Don't mind me, I'm just retarded. They don't look too bad if they scale okay. You know, look, they're going to be better than Britannia because Britannia not only were shaped like that, but everybody had the same face. Those don't have all the same face. They're like different people. What's this command look like? Yeah, the guy with the pistol up in there looks pretty freaking cool. You know, for a communist. And I like that little felt hat that looks like a little elf hat with a little thing on the top. I don't know what that's called. A schlem? I want to say it's called a schlem. I like the look of that little hat. Yeah, the one of these guys, early Russian infantry advancing. That'd be my only fear, is that they look very heroic like. But I like Russian shit. I like painting Russian shit. Excuse me. Oh, this dried. Well, I decided not to go get the snow today. I let the wife go grocery shopping. She actually talked me into staying home. And if I gotten that snow material, I need to finish these things first anyway. So there's no point in getting that now. Getting ahead of yourself. I think you saw some telephone cable laying guys over on Lancer. You almost never see those guys around, but they're perfect for scenarios. No kidding. For sure. For sure, for sure. Scenarios don't need to be something epic. Like, we're trying to say, we're trying to get Hitler out of the bunker or something like that. It could just be some mundane thing you've never seen before. It could just be some mundane thing. It was funny. I put the video up for this event, and the first comment was literally, "Hey, I was a vendor there." I'm like, great. Well, then I had to tell them, well, I had to remove your whole section because I got into YouTube problems. Not that I didn't want to show the vendors. I mean, you want the vendors. Hopefully, all the vendors made good money. That's really pretty exciting with the Chinese, man. I'm glad you told me that. Observations, another good skirmish snook than skirmish scale. You don't need the artillery or the target on the table, just the point we need to observe from. Well, I've got that. I've got that Panzer III. That's a artillery observation vehicle, and I have a Hummel, and I have a Vespa. I'm like, those could be going down a road and get ambushed. You know. Whoopsie. You know. Now, there is a vehicle that S model makes, and it is a artillery observation Panzer II. So it's like a Panzer II with like a taller cupola on it. And I've never seen pictures of those in action. So I don't know whether they probably means they just didn't make very many of them. Like S model goes and makes ones, so yeah, it could be mundane things. All I did with the windows is just treat them like a vent in the back and just paint black over it. It's shaded. I've seen a lot of windows I don't like, and very few that I have. Grumpy Mother Nature. Let me see if I find something about a Soviet truck. Gas Soviet truck. Oh, Jeffrey's already got comments on the video. Looks like an OT 810 with the firing ports. I believe that's a Polish vehicle. Yeah, that thing sounded like hell when it was driving down the road. Not down the road, but it was going down the opening. It sounded like it was steel on steel. Humber light reconnaissance car. Huh. Yeah, the guy couldn't tell me what it was. Oh, didn't seem like he knew it. Maybe he was just a boyfriend of the other guy. I don't know. Whatever, man. It's not a vehicle I'm familiar with. If I haven't war gamed with the vehicle, I'm not supposed to be an expert about it. That's my out. I don't claim to be an expert on any vehicle I haven't war gamed with. Oh shit. Have we done this side? I don't think so. I don't think we've done this side. All right. Gaz Soviet trucks. I don't think the Soviet vehicle that I have book has trucks in it. It may. It may actually have trucks. No. Russian tanks and armored vehicles. Nope. GAZ World War II trucks. Images. I think it's just a really bad miniature of this thing. Be right back in a second. I think it's just a bad representation of this vehicle. What is that one site that's called like Engines of World War II or something like that? There's a truck encyclopedia. Let's visit the truck encyclopedia. Gaz AA truck, the Polutorka, legendary interwar Soviet truck. I didn't know that. The Gaz AA was nicknamed the Polutorka. Was the most common truck in service in the Red Army when the war started. About 155,000 for 1 million produced. Used by a civil. It's a licensed production version of the famous Ford AA. And in 1938 was declined into the simplified GAZ MM and 6x6 GAZ AAA. Okay. Show me all the Soviet trucks. Yeah. I mean, the Gaz MM looks about the same. There's a couple snow ones. There's a couple snow ones. Looks like they got the number on the door. Okay, that's cool. We'll probably do something like that then, I guess. Any of these have like a tarp? But the tarp is some form of green. When we get to that. You're spoiling me with all those streams. I just want you to get to sleep, man. I want you to get some good sleep. You need some rest. I'm just, like I said, I try to paint every chance I get. Every chance I get to paint, I try to paint. Keeps me happy. But I was able to get that video up that I edited. It's up on my channel. Thank goodness. And it's got a crack in the bottom base there. I think it's okay. I mean, it's just one that's just been through hell. We've seen better times, comrade. It looks like this casting's better than this one. Because if you look at the section here, you look at this grill, it looks like it's kind of falling apart, and here it's kind of complete. This intake here on the side, that's what I meant. That's what I meant by grill. The Polutorca. Now, with that said, I'm actually pretty sleepy myself, but I woke up about 4 o'clock this morning. or off-board artillery. OBA. OBA. Okay. Is that thunder? Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't rained a whole lot. It's just steady. I was going to do our normal grocery run stuff for the wife, but she's like, just stay home and work on your stuff. I'm like, okay. Yes, ma'am. But she knows if I do this, I'll be in a good mood. Oh, the fan's on, but it's not pointed towards me? Well, that's a waste. So I went to that hobby store that's in a flea market. It's really a storefront. They only open on the weekends. I was in the neighborhood. And they didn't have anything I wanted. It wasn't terribly overpriced, but I'm like, I don't need it that badly. That just gets me in trouble. You know, I don't need more stuff to complete when I got stuff that I'm perfectly happy with completing. But there was a UM model. They had some UM stuff. And one of the UMs they had was this experimental, it looked like an SU-122, but it had a larger cannon in it. So I'm like, I don't know why they bothered making a model of that. If they had one, it was probably experimental only. Let's do a couple things. Let's shut this down. And unplug the computer. I don't like lightning at all. I fucking hate lightning. And we'll leave the phone connected. We got storms that were moving up through Tampa. I bet they got rained out today. That show, it was actually a 2-day show. I bet they got rained out today. I wouldn't want to be in an open field with shit like that going on. Absolutely not. Okay. That one's pretty good. Let's get this one to the same level, and then we'll do the shitty truck. And we're going to do a green tarp on it. And we'll kind of make it snowy. We won't camouflage it, but I hope I took enough pictures of how shitty these things looked before I got them. It's just to prove, just put some effort into some things and they might look all right. They might look a lot better than just useful. Some people like to dismiss stuff. Oh, it's not the greatest model ever. There's a new version of it. I don't want to do the old one. I'm like, okay, I have the old one. What am I going to do with it? Throw it away? You know? If you were playing a game right now, you could have random artillery strikes. Roll for deviation and effect for each thunderclap. No kidding. That's actually a good idea, but roll for deviation. Well, when you get around to watching that video, I'm sure you haven't seen it because it just came out. Watch the reenactment part and watch where that guy in a motorcycle is in the middle of the field. Like, don't bring a motorcycle to a freaking firefight. You just park in the middle of the freaking road, like in the middle, and nobody hits it. Like, at least pretend to get it knocked out or something, you know? That's the wrong vehicle to be in. Front finished downloading. I didn't realize it. Yeah, it's such a cool game. I got the American version quite some time when it came out, and the first mission I absolutely hate it. You're playing like Rangers at Point du Hoc. Not exactly something you should be playing when you're trying to learn how to play the game. Rangers lead the way. Well, in my game, it was like Rangers dying on the beach. After this, it's the show vid. Then I might try that out later. Well, I'm just going to stay on here another 6 hours. You don't get to do anything. No, the Offspring game is really pretty cool. I don't have the Finland one. I just figured Germans with less vehicles. You know, how do you keep the Finns from having any vehicles? Don't attack them with any. Then they can't capture your own vehicles again and use them against you. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, everything I have should just build what I have. I mean, nobody's going to want this stuff. It's an opportunity to take something that's not very good and make it look, okay. Maybe it'll inspire some of you guys that have models that you wish you didn't, and you're just waiting to pull the trigger on them. Well, I'd rather be ready today than tomorrow. And I'm probably not going to do a painting session tomorrow morning. Just so you guys know, I got to go in. I got to go in early. I got to go in early because I didn't want to stay late on Friday. So, no painting session tomorrow morning. Oh man, you have to find some other reason to want to wake up. I just remembered that actually. That wouldn't have been the end of the world if I wouldn't have gone in there earlier, but that's what I should do. Let's put it that way. Rain galore. Okay. This one's somewhat finished. And I'm gonna go ahead and paint the tarp on this thing. Well, I guess the thunder stopped as soon as I unplugged my computer. Well, you know what Mother Nature's middle name is. Make sure I'm not getting any. Man, Lindy Beige is really running out of material to do. Hey, the other day he's like, "How would you like to die?" I'm like, "I'd rather not answer that question, man. I don't want to see stuff like that." There's some questions I don't want to answer. All right. So let's see if I can look at my search history and see where I was at. I'm going to do a green. Well, what color is this one? U.S. olive green. All right. What about this one? Pick my starting point. Yellow green. This is like an Africa core color. Now, we know we're going to mix it with our trademark other stuff that we mix. What's this? Is this Russian uniform? It is Russian uniform. I'm not going to use Russian uniform. I will use this U.S. olive drab. I think this is a good point to start. I think this is a good point to start on this. Let's get this. Lord Black. I mean, Mr. Black? Lord Black. And a brush that's not too expensive. And also one that's not too small. See what I do? Move them over here? No. Alright, and we need some water. Happy water over here. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the problem with that show, man, I wouldn't want to be a reenactor. I wouldn't want to have to deal with some of the people that showed up there just to repeating falsehoods they heard somewhere else. And that's kind of get old. Oh, another lemming going over the cliff. That old computer game, Lemmings. that's an holy Windows 3.1. I need to respond to something. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem when the wife's not here. She's sending me messages. You kind of have to respond to them. Uh-oh. So there was an account that I was reading about in this book that involved some T-34 tanks and Lloyd, as you guys would say, infantry. But I'm not really sure how Face of Battle handles small arms fire on a truck. I can tell you one thing, if I don't like how it gets handled, I won't be running it that way. That I can tell you. I think that's the plane. This would be the wrong day to be flying in. Lots of delays. Okay, so we got the first coat of this. I know it looks almost black. That's by design. So I'm gonna have to leave that one alone until that dries. So on these other ones, we've got black here. Let's get some white out here, and then we can paint some headlamps, and then do some rustification. Oh no, that's just a shitload of rain. Man, they were really wrong on the weather report. And we could use the rain, don't get me wrong. Man, I'm glad I didn't go on Sunday. I don't like going things on the last day. I don't like going any. Sunday I like to not go anywhere. I like to just stay home and make your day last as long as it can last. So let me do headlamps on both of these. Let's get some new water over here. sound like a jet flying. It's actually the water coming through the downpipe. Definitely gonna have to break off and help the wife bring things in, the groceries in. For sure, for sure. Whenever that happens. Okay, we're gonna paint the whole thing in that color. I'm gonna go ahead and do this one, even though the back of it is wet, since we already have this paint out, so to speak. We'll put the headlamp on that one too. All right, let's lighten this up a little bit with some white. And do a little smiley face on the bottom. Kind of. I was going to fill this in with milliput. I'm like, geez, I don't need to spend that much time on these things. That's probably, of all the hobby things, the one I'm the worst at. And don't really care to be that good at it. It's filling gaps in things. I'm not a big fan of spending my time doing that. That cuts into my, painting little individual vehicle information things on, painting the numbers and so forth. And then just a pop of white. In the middle and towards the top. Okay? All right. Next. This is dry enough? I think it's dry enough. Okay. It's because I turned the computer back on, isn't it? Damn you! We're gonna need a new brush for this. Special missions here. All right, we're gonna take this olive drab and we're gonna put less black in it. And then dry brush it kind of wet. We'll see if this takes us where we need to go. I think it will. And we got a ways to come up. It's not going to be this dark. All right, we already have this color. What I need is I need more volume of it. Okay, we want more of this. So let's add some more here. There's plenty of black here. More of this color per se. Let's focus on most of the areas that are raised. Kind of a wet, dry brush. Rye brush. I hope I took some good pictures of this thing before it was done, or what condition I got it in. I love doing that, man. That's like some empowering shit right there. All right, now we're gonna add white to it. Raise right out on me again. A little bit more white now. There's actually many parts of the process that I enjoy more than others. This is actually one I enjoy. When you're trying to make a tarp look like a tarp, or something that's supposedly wooden, looking like it's supposedly wooden. Those, oh my gosh, I just had a piece that crumbled. I'm holding this, and this piece of, holy shit. Well, I did say these were a pizza crap. I like this a little bit more. The whole step crumbled, which is fine. That's definitely one of those things that could be damaged. I'm just going to hit the high spots here. It's actually kind of a canvas pattern on this thing. I wasn't even putting that much pressure on it. This is old. Who knows how long this has been sitting around. Okay, and a little bit more white. That doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad at all. We're not even close to being done. Yeah, this piece like literally broke off of here. Mike could fix that. You said what? Mike could. It's a redneckism. Let's go ahead and do the black lining on this thing. And go get some water. I don't know if I've seen it rain this much at this house before. Oh man, I definitely have not seen it rain this much at this house before. Well, I'll definitely wash all the yellow off my daughter's car. Wow. Check on one thing here. I hate comments on a video that I wasn't even the person that in charge of that game, and they were done like freaking 2 years ago. It's Mitch's game. He was the one that's supposed to know how to fucking play it. I don't hate the comments. It's just like freaking annoying. Like, okay, that's fine. He doesn't read the comments, so he's not going to learn how to play it correctly. Not my responsibility, man. All right, we need to do a couple different markings on. Nah, let's do the null. Let's just get the null oil over with, and then I'll come back and do the individual markings on these vehicles because they need to have some kind of identifier. It can't just be like green truck. Okay, they're all green. So which one is this one? I'm really glad I didn't drive because my tires are a little on the, I need to replace them side. You know, they got wear bars on them. When they're even with those wear bars, that's when you need to replace the tires. They're not there yet. It's not like the tire, it's not like the vehicle's super old. You know, it's maybe 3.5 years old, 3 years old, something like that. I think they're 30,000 mile tires. I'm like at 46,000 miles, so okay. We got that black line. Let's do the door. I know there's some people that like rainy weather, but I don't think those people are well. Of course, they could have just been related to that one German woman that we ran into. It was one of the moms of my daughter's swim group that said that she didn't want the mask to go away after COVID. And my wife asked her why not. She didn't feel like didn't want to have to smile at everybody. Like, well, don't fucking smile at anybody to begin with. Like, yes, let's all wear masks just so you can be a grumpy old bitch. You're back. Awesome, man. WFW. What's that sound for? I may regret asking that. Word for word. I speak word for word. Might be a new acronym for some newfangled thing that kids are doing these days. Who knows? And we do the grill. Look at the grill. Okay, and we have this little line. Let's see, it's the one that splits the middle. Let's do that one first. I'm going to go up and around the front of the engine. The Maroon Cardinal, welcome back, man. Hadn't seen you in a couple weeks. Well, I've never seen you at all, but that, you know what I mean. As Bugs Bunny would say, what a maroon. All right. I just want it to look passable. Because it was totally impassable before. Impassable, completely. All right, I'm going to do something I probably shouldn't do. What? I'm going to go ahead and do the final dry brush before I put what kind of markings I'm going to put on it. And then just do the dry brush on the markings. So what I would do is, where's the washable white? Even though I haven't washed it at all. That's what this paint is supposedly made for. Is you can hand paint it on there, and after it dries, come in with a wet brush and rub some of it off. Yeah, these are old BP cast Russian. They're horrible. I mean, they basically had wheels that just They're supposed to just sit on the side here, and they had no undercarriage or anything. So I built the undercarriage out of balsa wood, and it's not supposed to look good or anything. You're just supposed to be noticed like there's something underneath there from the side view. You can't just have these tires just floating in there or nowhere. They gotta have some kind of underbody. So I actually use hot glue gun. The hot glue gun, if it works for you, man, that's like immediate. It like glues immediately. I don't want to use epoxy because I don't want to mix up like little bits of it and like lose, mix up 100% of it and then you lose 70% of it. That always happens with epoxy. It's pretty inefficient. All right, I'm going to get a new brush. I'm going to get a new brush, a dry brush. Now you're just flooding out there. Let's do this one right here. Wife said she was at the grocery store just sitting in her car, waiting for it to stop raining. Looks like it's lightening up, but the water's coming this way. It's coming from the south. We're painting those Russian trucks that we talked about the other day. A little bit of green, a little bit of the washable white. We're going to make a light color that's not super white. Super white! See, maybe a little bit wider than that. And after this, we do the drippings. I don't want to go through all that effort of doing the drippings and then you cover them up with this dry brush. Your phone's gonna die. So I was at that show yesterday and I was a little disappointed because it seemed like everywhere I went, the author wasn't there. And I realized if I had filmed any more, I wouldn't have had a battery. I basically went through all my battery. And a lot of it depends on, the brightness of the screen was maxed out so I could see it because it was super glary. It almost looks like the patina on a copper statue. It's that type of a color. Which is good. Which is good. Now, I'm actually going to take... Let's go damn near full white on. It doesn't look that drastically different, but I can tell. Now, let's look at some markings we're going to put on this vehicle. Okay. One of these is going to have a little red star. You know, it's really kind of uncommon. I'm going to make this junk one have a little red star on it. Oh, some of them have like a spare tire up here. That would have been cool to do. Too bad, comrade. Anti-tank vehicle towing a 45mm gun. Okay, well. Russian green is this one? Okay, and then same thing, we'll put the little placard of color. Not a little placard, but, and then we're going to dry brush over that, so. Even on a green vehicle, this is a darker spot. In other words, one that's not even winterized. Okay, while that dries, same thing on this door. There's some that are towards the bottom. Maybe not. At least with the trucks, they'll be seen from a bird's eye view and the bottom won't be too noticeable. Yeah, exactly. You know, look, this is as good a quality as the rest of the truck. The trucks are they're pretty bad. And I mean, they were given to me. Like, somebody want to deal with them. All right, let's turn them into works of art. Can I have them back now? Sorry, comrade. It's funny. Every World War II Russian speaks like they need a lozenge. Yes, I have a very deep throat. It's from drinking too much and eating too much potato. All right. And this is just a series of numbers, but we're going to need the super detail brush for this. That's not it. She's over here. I think she's over here. Where's the brush of extreme brilliance? Oh, is this one? Yeah. The brush of ridiculous brilliance. Now, what I like to do is I like to sketch everything. If something goes sideways, I'm not super committed to what everything looks like. So, it's a series of numbers. This is 34422-01. All right, so we're going to get some white out here, and we're going to get some of the base green. So we're going to do this in a very, very light green. Okay. So let's start with the last number. Actually not do that this way because I'm going to get like one shot. This spot is really, really small to put this number in. Yeah, sun's trying to come out. Oh, I gotta go in 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. I need help with the groceries. All right, we're back. Oh, what happened here? Distorted microphone. Okay. All right, back to doing this Russian piece of shit. Is there something that has less than 4 sets of numerals? That's pretty extreme. No, they all have. Well, this has like a symbol, like a backwards N. At least they use the same numbers. Imagine if they didn't use the same numbers also. Like, wow, double whammy. We can work with this. Oh yeah, I was going to go get another brush. This one's okay, as long as I keep one of the numbers to being 2 digits, not a bunch of them 2 digits. It also doesn't help that it's pretty rough surface that we're trying to paint on here. N42-01. Not too bad. Or well, it's not really an N, it's from backwards N. I guess you pronounce that. Nyeh. All right. Yeah, it didn't stop raining until she got home. Which I guess is better than it continue raining, you know. Trying to unload groceries in rain, but our lawn's pretty flat. And there's like a lake out there in certain places. Not, nothing like a flooding issue, but it's just kind of unusual to see that. All right, there's the old one at the end. Let's do the nyeh. Okay. What are the other numerals? 4 and 2. Okay. All right, now what I'm going to do, so I don't have to wait, I'm not playing this waiting game. I'm going to go ahead and get the liquid that one of these days I'm going to spill all over my table. And this is the Pledge Floor Care. Floor Clear. Yes, it's clear also. Yes, Pledge Floor Care. And this is just an acrylic. It's just a good way to get like a gloss acrylic coat that dries really quick. And we're going to cover the front of the window of the door here. I'm going to do the same on this truck. I'm going to do the same in this truck. Whether or not I put a star on each one of those, I can decide that at a later point. But at least that part of it is resolved. I don't think I've ever seen a truck with red writing on it, unlike tanks. Oh, here's another symbol that's painted back here in the back. Interesting. Well, there's plenty of space to paint that. Maybe we'll do that on this one. Already did the black lining on it? Good. That's what we're going to move to. Halfway through the show vid, Jason was informative. Who's Jason? I forgot. I'm terrible with names. I'm terrible with names. I was there. I don't know who the hell Jason is. And I really, what I wanted to do is put their name down there too. But man, I just ran out of time. Like, I get antsy. I'm like, man, I want you guys to see the video. All right, so we got a 2 here. All right, so then we got to assemble this like this. Yeah, there's some other things that I wish I would have filmed, but I was out of battery power. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Kind of help but feel this leaves like another road wheel there. Like it's missing one. Alright, so that's done on there. We'll just need to put a little red star on these. They didn't use red star, well, they did in some of the illustrations, and I like how it looks. End of story, comrade. Alright, we need a couple things. Let's go get our Soviet decals. Now, some of these stars are pretty useless. They've got a hammer and sickle inside the red star. That's like post-war shit. But nothing says you can't put that one on there and then add a little bit of red paint and cover over the hammer and sickle. I like the red star as a symbol. I don't like the hammer and sickle as a symbol. So, sounds like a win-win to me. And I got lots of those, so we gotta add some stuff to these things so you get excited about them. All right, I'm gonna grab a little ramekin or something of water. Be right back. Okay. Now you know why I do all my good work when I'm the only one awake. Nah, they're just doing Sunday routine shit. So sorry about that. Hi everyone. 62 degrees. Wow. I have to put the air conditioning on. All right. So let's just do one set at a time. Where are the super tweezers? I actually tried to buy another pair of these. Figured, let's see what they go for. $50. I'm not buying $50 pair of tweezers. I mean, I'm worth it, but it's $50 freaking dollars for something that's inanimate. No moving parts. Well, I mean, you got to move them. They don't move on their own. And, man, all my stuff is over here. Where is the X-Acto knife? X-Acto-mundo knife. Oh. We need the blade. Now, if this was anything but stars, I'd just hand paint them. I believe the Stug Band Brothers also an FV132 chassis. Well, the thing that was really loud, and I don't know if it came up in the video, is that OT conversion SDK of Z251, which honestly, it's a pretty good, I mean, I think they did a pretty good job with that being a fake vehicle. That was noisy as shit. That sounded like a T-34 that didn't have any rudder on the road wheels. It was just a horrible sound. Horrible sound. It actually sounded worse than what I just made it sound like. So this was going to have red stars on it. And the weather was pretty good. It wasn't too warm. The biggest problem was it was so much glare that I couldn't even, a lot of this stuff, like when I was filming some of the stuff, I had the camera way up here and I can't look and see what's going on because I also have a glare screen on it, so that doesn't help. A privacy screen, so I can look at stuff. I can look at pictures of tanks in a crowd and nobody else gets excited. And we're gonna have to get the microset. Microsol, I rarely use you. Yeah, the Stug, the closer you got to it, that sixth road wheel. But it's either that or you don't have one, so it's pretty good mock-up, I guess. The OT-810 and M36 jacks in Langley came from Yugoslav sources. They were in use in the Civil War till the mid-1990s. So what surprised me was all one owner. And I don't think the owner was there. I think it's just, I don't know, maybe it's... I don't think they were I don't think they were a reenactor. They would say, hey, you see that guy over there wearing, dressed up as the commissar? That's the owner. Didn't hear any of that. I don't need to be seen with rich people anyways. They got weird habits. Eccentrically weird people. But there's at one point, there was this one kid, and I caught part of him in a video. He was just rambling on and on about Tiger Tank this and Tiger Tank that. And he's like, you could just read that he was some kind of wereaboo. And I'm like, man, get this guy off me. He was harmless. One thing I didn't get in video, there were several people that were, actually not several people, there was a lot. There was probably a dozen, maybe 15 SS reenactors, and I didn't get them on film on purpose. I didn't want to get into trouble. And, I don't have a problem with people doing SS reenactment, but, when most of the Germans are SS, you know, I mean, look, the Germans had some cool uniforms. The SS uniform wasn't that much cooler. So just do regular Germans, man. Guess it doesn't really matter which way the sickle is facing because we're going to cover over it. We're going to paint over it. It's funny. It tells you how much I know about a vehicle when I actually build a model of it. Like I was like, when I was walking up to it, I was like, is that an M36? Like I can't. And when you look at it from the back, yeah, the back of it's totally different. It's all cast and stuff. But from the front, is that an M36 or because I haven't built one? The Shermans. I know the Shermans. Like, oh, that's an M43. That's a. Where's the red? Over here? Of course it is. I'm not going to wait for it to sit. I'm going to be stupid like that. I want to be done with this hammer and sickle nonsense. There's this one scene there, the live firing where the battle's getting ready to start. I mean, the problem is there was everybody else that was watching it, other than the reenactors, nobody was seemed friendly at all. Because I totally would have said, well, those German soldiers were marching up, like, come on, sing us a marching song, or something like that. But I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of I'm in a foreign land here. Look at this, perfect color red. Just go over it. Hammer, sickle, gone. Blammo. Done. Now we'll see if we can't glue that little step back on. If not, we'll just paint it like it's broken. I'm sure plenty of those broke off. But I was not impressed with the two guys that were doing the British thing. It's an armored car. Like, which one, man? It looked like, the footprint of it looked a lot like a Marmon Harrington. Three. And then maybe it's one of those Otters. I'm just not familiar with the British armored cars. Like I said, I'm war gamed with them, so I don't know. Watch the Battle of Cologne vid on YouTube. It's great. I've actually been there in the 70s, but before I realized the significance. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I got home and I've been working on that video, so I appreciate you watching it. It did take a bit of effort on my part. I actually had the vendors part in there as well, and then they were playing music. They were playing period music all the way in the back, and I edited it. It took forever to crunch. I'm like, I got to stay up until it's crunched. It's crunched. I'm uploading it. Go to bed. Wake up. Oh, by the way, your video's been demonetized because there's a copyright strike on it because of you're using copyrighted music. And I'm like, I'm not. They just had it constantly pumping through there. And Humberette. That's a. Did you just assume it's gender? It's a Humberette. It prefers to be referred to as Humber X. Oh man, I kill me. Those problems hadn't been invented yet. Yeah, like they didn't explain like where um, Holland was going to be speaking or anything like that. So I like had to run from one place to the other, and well, I wasn't bored because the time went by really fast. So he's a tall freaking dude. He's like 6'3" or maybe even higher, taller than 6'3". I mean, when I go somewhere, I go, "Damn, that dude's tall. He's tall." Because I never, I'm over average, 5'11" and shrinking. Some of these Russian characters are kind of strange. They remind me of, it's almost like, is this written in Yiddish or something? But I guess Yiddish uses regular characters. But they look like, Hebrew characters. Some of them. Some of the Russian letters. It was built more as an improvised vehicle, much like the Beaverette. Yeah, I don't know much about that. But my least favorite part of all of it was the mock battle. Like, who drives a motorcycle in the middle of a mock battle? And it would be like just be gone in a second. You know, a half track. You can use a half track as fire support for your Panzer Grenadiers, but there better not be anything that's armed with anything other than a machine gun out there, or it's just meat. It is just toss. It is just throw it away. There's nothing left. But again, it's just done for the regular public, not for tank nerd burglar like myself. And then this one will not have a red star. Because the pattern is, there is no pattern. The first person who made a comment on my video, though, was, "Hey, I was there as a vendor." I'm like, "Yeah, I had to remove that part. I didn't want to. I mean, it wasn't. You guys didn't miss anything, but I just like to show everything how it looks, so if you kind of know what to expect, you know." Average viewer duration is 11 minutes, 15 seconds. That's pretty high. Because, you know, some people are just going to click, oh, I don't want to see this. They're gone. Okay, well, that really drives the average down. All right. We need a third series of numbers for this Trotsky. All right, here's one. Not sure if it's a Brenner or Vickers K. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but he like handmade it, and it looks pretty darn. I mean, I'm not an expert on the boys anti-tank rifle. There's that shouldn't surprise you, but it looked pretty convincing, and it's just welded. So and I don't know if this is a legitimate number of anything, but that's what we're going to go with. And then this has that little shiny spot on there. It's not a big deal. We haven't done the rust yet. That's like a deciding factor. The drippings are a deciding factor. Three, four, and then 01. Three first, not four, dumbass. But I couldn't help but thinking, you got this guy who's an author of very specific World War II stuff. And the general public, like, you're lucky if they even know. Some of them probably went to that and went, oh, the Americans and British fought in Italy in the Second World War. You know, you're dealing with like why are you wasting your like effort on people that just I don't know. I don't like wasting my breath. That's all. Maybe people like that are just used to it. It's happens to them so many times. Like, but I guess if he didn't want to talk to people, he just didn't have to. He wouldn't have volunteered to do it. But you know, like I said, I wouldn't want to go to one of those things and be like, "What was your favorite tank?" Oh, the green one. What was your favorite tank? The one that was painted yellow. There wasn't one painted yellow. No, the one, you mean one that had camouflage? No, it didn't have any camouflage at all. I'm like, oh, that's not a tank at all. It's an STKFZ 7. I'm like, you know, you're talking to the wrong crowd. Yeah, Humber looked extremely tight inside. I would not. I would not want to go inside. Now, if I was with other, I really just wanted to film, and I don't really get it like getting in people's business. But what I would have really liked to do is, hey, let me see that MP40. Can I pick it up? You know, like I'd like to like handle some of the weapons. I don't want to fire them. I'm just see what they feel like in my hand. But I'm like, I don't have time. I don't want to be that guy. Like they don't know that I'm not some kind of crazy or whatever. Like, okay, I've handled real firearms. Those are, well, some of those are real firearms, but there's no real bullets anywhere near them, hopefully. But I'm like, I don't want to be that person. Is there a line on there? Because if there is, I'm gonna go ahead and paint it. Looks like it. I'm painting it. So you can like get an idea. All right, what's this? What's this feel like in your hand versus something else? There we go. That adds a little bit of detail there that it didn't have. But I almost didn't go over and do the small arms demonstration because it's easy to find that stuff online. I'm there for the vehicles, like authentic vehicle, like moving and shit. And you could touch all kinds of stuff. I didn't feel like I needed to touch things. I didn't feel like I needed to, put my paws on stuff. I know that a lot of work goes into keeping those things running. I don't need to disrespect their efforts by screwing with it. That and I was filming, so. But I think my daughter would have enjoyed that. And she totally would have gone with me if she was here. So they're doing another one in like November or whatever. Maybe I'll grab her and we can go to that if she wants to. If not, I mean, she sat through the Pacific, Band of Brothers, and the Flyboy one, whatever the hell it's called, plus several other things, and never complained. So I think she can handle it. I'll go ahead and draw that line in there. It's not visible. Adds a little bit of detail to something that's missing. Same thing with that one. And there. The reenactment reminded me a little of Gates of Hell as regards to logic. Oh no, Gates of Hell makes a lot more sense. Gates of Hell is like brilliant compared to the logic is just ridiculous. Those guys would have been dead, Those guys would have been dead. Like there's just stuff I would have done. Like there was a couple times that things popped up like an explosion, but there was no sound. I'm like, that's more disconcerting than I don't think there was a sound. Well, yeah, I had headphones that I could hear everything. People could talk, You know, they're like maxed out at a certain decibel level. So I can keep the little bit of hearing I have left. Huh? Exactly. All right. This one we've done the little the over stuff on. We haven't done it on the other ones. All right. So let's get a little bit of the core green out here. So I wouldn't have even bothered doing that. Like, why bother showing explosions? They're inviting people to go out there and pick up brass. Like, what am I going to do with 50 caliber brass? Like, no, I needed to get out. I needed to get out of there before the traffic got crazy, and it still took a while to get out of there. All right, now where did I put this dry brush? Here it is. That she is. A motorcycle in the middle. You do not drive motorcycles into a combat zone. That's like being on a horse in the middle of the battlefield, not moving, and just like, oh, I'm harder to hit on the horse. You think? You sure about that? Bullet sponge. So if you're not going to suck them all up, bullet magnet. Yes, I thought about that. I almost did that, and I'm like, somebody's going to be thinking I misspelled it. And I'm like, I don't want to have to correct them. Yes. Yep, that's the right wavelength. But only you and like two other people actually make it to the end. So tanks, and they weren't all tanks. Which was your favorite vehicle? I didn't have one. I like that. I don't have a favorite vehicle there. Good. That means I liked all of them. Or you? I thought there would have been more vehicles running. Like they obviously all run, but I was just interested in stuff that nobody else would have been interested in. Like for instance, I wanted to see like, okay, what color are the seat covers on a Kubelwagen when the Kubelwagen is Dunkelgelb on the outside? You know, that kind of stuff. You know, I got a really good picture of the canvas on the SDKFZ7 on the inside. It's actually a really pretty color. That kind of shit. I'd go around that one guy, and he's like, "Man, this guy's actually a really good model, professional model builder." I'm like, "I don't know that guy," and I'm not a professional model builder. That sounds like somebody who would like sell their shit. I don't sell my stuff. Sorry. And then I started thinking, like, yeah, I don't know anybody with that accent. That guy's not from normal America. He's definitely not from the South. As a matter of fact, let me see your papers. You don't belong in Florida. That's like one of those voices you hear at Historicon. Oh, I'm being summoned. Now, if I could just press the right button to pause this. All right, where were we? But I realized I would not want that to be my hobby, and then have to deal with random people that don't even know who was even in World War II. I'm like, I don't want to be that. I don't need to be in that environment. That's you know like, and those people that do a reenactment are usually really particular about the kit that they have. Like, I'm gonna spend the night. Got to make sure I'm in the right tent. Got to make sure I have the right. We're gonna eat the right rations and the toothbrush that we have and all that. And the next thing you know, you're interacting with people that are like, this doesn't look like Vietnam, and you're like, come on, man, I'm killing myself for you people. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay, this one's ready for the drippings. All right, this one, we have dry brushed it, so it's ready for the drippings. And now Ugly, the Ugly Duckling. You guys didn't see him in any of the videos. There's a couple of guys that were doing Japanese reenactment. And let's just say they didn't look like they were from the Orient. I mean, it's got to be believable. You can do whatever you want, but man, it's got to be believable. I'm just going to leave this step off. F it. You wanted to break off? Screw you. Stay broken off. And then we'll do something when we get the snow stuff. Because I guess we're going to put these on snow stands. But that's how I got that wheel. Like somebody took a bite out of it. All right. Yeah, they look like the patina on a statue. Well, if I ever need to make patina on a statue, I know to use Russian green and add washable white to it. And I got it right there. All right. The Three Sisters. The Three Sisters. Soft tone. Light tone. The three tones. The Three Tone Sisters. And mid brown. Oh, somebody had to break the pattern. Mid brown is almost like brown red. All right. This is the one we're going to use. Let's go ahead and cleanse this of using hand sanitizer. Let's get that Nuln oil off the ferrule. Tony's Tones. Tonay's Tones. This makes a big difference. And I've got lots of vehicles that look really good and don't have this on it or the black lining yet. So they could look that much better. And I'm not going to stop what I'm doing and go back and retrofit them, but if they're going to see action, I'll do it before they see action. All right, show me some hinges. This is where all the Rustafarianness comes. If anybody's got rusty vehicles, it's the damn Russians. The damn Russians. Yeah. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe this is some damage. We'll have to work this crummy casting mistakes in this into this. Yeah. There we go. All right, all under here is going to rust like a mofo right here. Something to break up the monotony of the color. So the interesting thing is that these vehicles don't have a brown wash in them. It is just a base color, some white overspray, black lining and drippings. They don't have the other stuff, and they don't look like they're missing it. But the brown is a way to take the base color, have two colors that are basically not consistent. And this has two colors that aren't consistent. The green, meaning it's, some panels are lighter than others. And then the white also, some panels are lighter than others. So even though it doesn't have that brown wash, it still has two colors that are in the color that add that extra little bit of excitement, a little bit of, you don't know, it's not a consistent color throughout. And I love the fact that these drippy colors are water-based. It just makes everything so much easier. And then I don't have to, let's clear coat the whole thing before I can do this. Like, I'm not interested in going down that route. That's a detail too far. This is all wooden. I'm afraid this one's done. Not bad for a piece of shit. I'm going to come in here and all right. Let's do the crummy looking one. And I really do like doing this because I'm putting the stains exactly where I want the stains to be, not just like, well, let's just cover the whole thing with a wash and hope for the best. Now something happened here. There's this hole. We'll just say that really is a hole and it's starting to rust. Oh, here's another bullet hole. All right, is it time for me to get the blues yet, Jeffrey? Or is it a little too early still? I actually had one guy selling some corgi. stuff. He had he has a pen. I think he had a Pinzer 4 F2, that gray one, or maybe they call it a G. And then a set that had a Sherman and a King Tiger in it, like, you know, but I didn't need anything. Another 2 hours, yeah, all right. Let me not get ahead of myself. I do. I get bummed. Especially if I'm like somewhere like at the beach or something. Like, you know, beach is like rounding up 2 hours here. Like, well, we'll leave at 5:30. Like, fuck, I'm gonna get home at 8. It's gonna be time to like go to bed. You know, I'm just that dread. Now, that looks good. The other Russian trucks I did, that's all I did. I just painted them, kind of gave them a wash to the windows and just left it at that. All right. Now let's take a look at these jokers. Ah, we haven't done this one yet. The hell's wrong with me? We could look at these two jokers, but not any other ones. Well, they're certainly usable. They're certainly usable. We're going to need more of, I believe that's soft tone. All right, still got some water here, okay? I'll be right back in 1 second. It's just tea and crumpet time. Uh-oh. There were only 120 F2 built before they made... There were only 120 Panzer IV F2 before they made the J. I just noticed the Airfix kit is a mishmash. It has 2 spare road wheels from the G, but a ball-shaped muzzle brake from the F2. I think you meant Panzer IV F2s before they made the G. Yeah. I must have a silent tea time alarm. Well, I'm having coffee, so that's American tea. And to be honest with you, I hate saying that. It makes it sound like I'm not honest all the time. I like the taste of pee better than coffee. I don't like the taste of coffee. But it gets shit done. Yeah. You meant G. There were only 120 F2 built before they made the G. Correct. As a matter of fact, I saw somewhere that the Germans actually refer to them as G1 and G2 or something like that. Their fixed kit is a mishmash. I'm not surprised because the Eschi kit is also a mishmash. Has 2 spare road wheels from the G, but a ball-shaped muzzle brake from the F2. That should be before they made the G. The remaining F2s were redesignated G and 43. Yeah, the way I tell the difference between them for sure is, do they have the little side openings in the little flaps on the turret? Which I like the way the flaps look, but that means that I'm definitely not putting the big numbers on the side of the turret. Unless they're solid and hand paint them. And they still look like crap. Because it's just a bad idea. God, I got the other packet. That one's stale. Alright. So where are we right now? Yeah, there aren't a lot of F2s, but I don't like the way the ball F2 thing looked. I think they got away from that, because I think there was some Panthers, before they even made it to Kursk, that had the ball type muzzle brake. I don't like how it looks. That it? Yeah. This is the stale one. Alright, now we can do the non-stale ones. Okay. Yeah. These numbers actually, the ones I pulled out of my ass, look better than any of the other ones. Let's see if I can get it in them. It's not dropping on the drippings. Come on. So anyways, these look like crap compared to the Plastic Soldier Company ones, but they look a lot better than not using them. I almost feel like I need to do another whitewash on them, like a really light whitewash. I think we'll do that. Silent tea alarm. Message for you, sir. I just don't understand drinking hot tea, especially in the desert. And tea has such little caffeine. Oh boy. I rarely screw things up. So, I gotta remember that. Pick a risk. Every time you roll the dice, it's an opportunity for greatness. But that really only applies to me and actually rolling dice. Who was it? Tritark? Tritark that was saying, man, I like watching the old DBA videos for nostalgia. I'm like, man, you need to see the one that we did, the Old Testament one. That one was insane. That was insane. There was definitely there was a deity screwing with the dice for sure. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. Headlamps look good though. Like I said, for what these things are, they're not going to look bad. That's it, just a little something. It doesn't even look that much different. It just adds a little more depth. And these things look like a melted asshole on a popsicle stick. On a broken popsicle stick. And there's the broken popsicle sticks. And I probably should be just using white paint for this, but it is what it is. I love the way that the Call to Arms Hell on Earth Ostfront, whatever the hell it's called, looks like in the wintertime. I really like the look of that game in the wintertime. Gates of Hell Ostfront. That's it. That's the one. Just like I can never remember what that other Shenandoah Studios is, The Drive on Moscow. I mean, that's what it's called, but I can never remember what the correct name of it is. I frequently do not remember the name of it. There we go. I'm avoiding the tarp on purpose. The canvas covering. Now, because you guys can't see what I can see, let's flip this and I'll show you. It's just too damn bright. Got the light coming in from the outside. Maybe it isn't too damn bright. I think it looks pretty decent. It's definitely usable. And this is the one that I got. Man, this thing's actually pretty heavy. But there's like look at the grill there on the engine. It's just like miscast or stuff missing. Sometimes you just have to move on. Do the best you can with something. And that wet mark underneath the star, that'll all disappear. We'll put some snow around that tire that doesn't exist when we get to the snow phase. I think they definitely look pretty usable. I think they look pretty usable. And I would say if you took a picture of everybody that painted this particular truck model from BP Cast, these are probably going to be the best looking ones you're going to see. Not that anybody would probably want to show their versions of it because they look like ass, regardless of, but not bad for free. 3 for free. So I'm going to set these guys off to the side, put them over in the win column. And just for comparison, let's grab something out here that actually looks good. That's snow. Let's grab one of these T-34 43s. Okay, this actually looks good and is complete. Of course, it's been sealed, and it is excruciatingly flat. I mean, it is flat as hell. Like no shine flat. And they look like they go together. So, pretty happy with that. But, you got to build stuff underneath it. You can't just glue them in place and it's not going to work. So, yeah, this is actually one of my favorite vehicles. Especially if it's a vehicle that everybody knows. Like a model that everybody's built. Where's my Frankenpanzer? Oh, I don't have my... Oh, here it is. Talking about a G. This probably represents a late G. And this is my pride and joy, but my painting's gotten better. And it doesn't look bad by any stretch of the imagination, but It doesn't have any black lining on it at all. It has no rustification either. That's what I'm going to call it, rustification. And this is, again, a make-believe vehicle. It actually did not have this gun sight on it, which is crucial. You can't have the front of a Panzer IV without a gun sight. I mean, it looks like something's dramatically missing. No, it doesn't quite have all the stuff here is on an H. H has all that, the muffler, and I actually don't like the way that looks at all, this extra muffler thing here. But it has the antenna back here, which the antenna really should be on this model. If you're not going to have all the muffler and everything here, the antenna should be here and folded down to the back. But there's probably some that got different versions of different things. This happens to be one of them. So we don't have any black lining here on these rivets. And they could certainly use that, make them pop a little bit more. Same thing here on the gas, so forth. So it wouldn't take a whole lot more effort and bring this up from, kick this up a notch or two. Relatively easy to do. Now, I'd never buy another one of these, ever. Because you're just doing a make-believe vehicle. But the G's definitely got rid of this the little flap there. Where's my F2? This is a Hasegawa F2. Which, these road wheels, the pattern that's on them, I'm not a road wheel Nazi. I don't worry about the details of road wheels so much. But when it looks like no other vehicle, which are these, there's no other vehicle that has this pattern. It looks really spooky and odd. But this is the problem with doing the 3 numbers on the turret. You got a decal, 5, 3, 1, whatever. Separate numbers or what have you. These are all the same size number. When this 3, the pattern, the path that the 3 needs to take is it needs flush on the turret. It goes up over this vision port and then goes back down. It is reduced in height by a significant amount. There's no way really to get around that unless you're going to hand paint the number. And it's just annoying to look at. So I'd rather do a G that has a flat turret and you can keep all the numbers the right size instead of having one that, looks fine on the back of the turret. But yeah, they used to have 2 sights here. The G eliminated the one for the loader. So and they eliminated this, along with other things. I think the F2 still had the pistol ports, so this one missing it is probably wrong. I think I could be wrong. Where's the F1? Oh, I can't see that far back in the back. But anyhow, they had a model of this at the hobby shop. I didn't want another one. Didn't make very many of them. And what I really like, one of the best looking German tanks. I like Panzer IIIs anyways. This is one of the best looking German tanks. A Panzer IIIG, especially if it has the smokes dischargers here. I like how that looks. They only use them for a very small period of time. After Kursk, forget it. They're gone. So, okay. And that one's done pre-airbrush, which I don't think there's a huge advantage. I don't think you need an airbrush to make magic happen. All right, this last one, geez. All right, let's look at some markings. Let's look at some markings on these T-34 Model 4243s that would have been maybe during Operation Wintergewitter. So there's a video that I came across. Actually, let me go ahead and refresh this. Okay, there's a video I came across that has some footage I've never seen before. And I think I need to go home to see it. It was coming up here on my suggestions. Here it is. This is the one that's narrated by Tick. Mm-hmm. It's narrated by Tick. And it's made by some Russian dudes in combination with Tick's in cahoots with the Russians. Well, one guy. There's decent people everywhere. He probably doesn't like what's happening either. But probably can't say it because he'd like to stay breathing. Okay, I want to go to the previous one. So I want to go to, yeah, like, whoa. So let's assume, let's assume that there's some really good footage in here. I actually haven't seen the second part. I saw the first one at lunchtime the other day. So let's assume that this is legitimate footage for this. And I've come across some photos of I can't call it winter storm. I gotta call it Wintergewitter. Assuming that's an accurate Panzer IV. I don't think it is because that's third company. It looks like it's 332. Now, I don't know if I start the video by doing this or not, but yeah, that didn't work. I wanted to zoom in on the. I wonder if I can do this. Can I full screen it and then hit play? Okay, this is an actual photograph. I don't know if you guys can see that. This is an actual photograph. I noticed Tick is taking a break from social media, is burned out. Yeah, well, so let me tell you something about Tick. I found out about him because he got started on close combat stuff. So I watched some of his close combat videos. Then he has this other history stuff. And he does like a lot of like really crunchy detail stuff. I don't know the guy. I feel like I would like to spend an afternoon talking to him. We kind of speak the same language. And he does all the crunchy stuff that I like, like, what is this? Okay, well, this is obviously, it has applique armor on the front. This is actually a photo of 6th Panzer Division supposedly unloading some of their Panzer IIIs. Okay, and this is an L because it's got the extra armor here for it. So, actually, it's got lots of extra armor. Like, it's ready to go in action. It's got extra tracks here. It's got extra tracks there. I don't know what this is here, but this is, got an extra little German helmet there. You've got, this is the baffle space here that makes a difference between an L and a J. Now, I'm sure there's some J's that probably got upgraded with this, but we're just going to have to take it at face value of what we're looking at here. Here is another one that's the same type of vehicle. I can't tell what unit this is, but the 6th Panzer had the standard configuration of the 4th and the 8th companies being equipped with Mark IVs, and they were equipped completely with Mark IV long barrels. So whether they were some F2s and the rest of them Gs, they probably were mostly Gs. And the L was a really popular one. I mean, they made as many they made a really close amount of J's of the 2 flavors to L's. I think they made a few more L's than they did J's of both flavors. The 2 flavors being the short 50 or the shorter 50 and the long one. So the L was actually a popular one. You see M's, 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 M's. They only made 250 M's. They didn't make that many M's. So this is the same type of vehicle here. And this looks like it's got a couple little holes here. That almost looks like it's one of those, like a command tank. So that's definitely a photograph I've seen of 6th Panzer. So my German snows that I'm going to do for this are going to be 6th Panzer Division. Now, here's what I want to know. Can I actually come in here on this screen? No. Okay. That's asking too much. So I do have a touch screen. Okay, here we go. This is probably short barrel Panzer III. This, I believe, is also a legitimate photo of this operation. No extra armor. Of course, the picture is actually reversed. As you can tell, the machine gun should be over here, not the other way around. Only the British would do something like that. Actually, the Czech tanks are backwards, too. I would probably say that's a J. That's a short J. A J with a 50L42. Without doing a whole lot of research on it. And they had a few short barrel 50. Oh, there's the asshole. Okay, so this is the picture of Huntersdorf tank. Huntersdorf was the commander of the Panzer Regiment. And it looks like he's got some version of an L. Maybe it's a K, because they have these command tank. I'm not familiar with the Ks or how many they made of them, but they did have some Ks. And it looks like his number is 03. Or at least this is a photo that's attributable to Huntersdorf. And that's who this guy is supposed to be. Who I think died at Kursk, now that I'm thinking about it. But anyhow, so this looks like it is probably 003 or something like that. Which really should be 001, but... Or I'm sorry, R03. That's the number of his tank should be. It should be R01, so I don't know why he's in R03. Maybe he got knocked out and he now moved into this one. But there it is with some kind of rudimentary type of camouflage on there. You got anybody watching this stuff? 4? Okay. Deep dive. Wintergewitter deep dive. You should watch this video. Okay, so here we go. Here we have a Panzer, we have Ostketten. We've got the tracks. This is a Panzer IV 802. So this should be the, I think that's an 8, yeah. So this is the assistant commander of the 8th Company. And this looks like another something, but it's got Osketten on there. And it is a Panzer IV because you got 8 road wheels there. Doesn't look like it's got any camouflage at all. It's like it's just Panzer gray and then snow on top of it. There's Russian pictures in this stuff. Okay, this is another one I've seen. Doesn't look like there's any camouflage on it. Can't make out any numbers. Definitely a G. Got the double baffle there. It's got Osketten on it. So they were prepared to go out in the... and I've seen this photograph many times attributed to the 6th Panzer Division. And there's not a whole lot of stuff to the 6th Panzer. Also, let's go back to Huntersdorf tanks. Huntersdorf's tank. Or this one. I like this, trying to find how the pudding is made. I know, I said that all wrong, but there's that asshole again. So you look at this, I'm like, okay, what is this? Is this red with white numbers silhouetted around them? Is it just white hollow numbers? What is it? Now you look at some of these other ones. It sure looks like it's almost the same tone of the tank. So I'm likely to just do white outline numbers for these tanks. Yeah, I think Tick got burnt out because there's lots of people. I personally don't think he's that controversial. Okay, I think he gives things. I don't even watch really many of his political stuff, but I think he gives things a fair shake and he questions, is that really the case? But he spends way too much time, too much effort trying to change trolls' mind, and it's just better just to block them. There's some people. Oh, crooked spider, go away. And maybe we can't do this. I don't want to get into YouTube trouble. All right, maybe we'll do this. Go to the next picture. I'm looking for the T-34s. I know there's T-34s in the first part of it. Skip this commercial. Okay, here's another famous photograph. That's an L. You got the bolt. Hey, this time the picture's not reversed. You got the added on armor there on the mantlet and also on the hull. And it looks like it's plugged with snow. Like, you better thaw that before you fire a round. So you got a Panzer II back here, another Panzer II, another Panzer II. Panzer IIs are probably all Fs, if I had to guess. This is towards the end of the Panzer II's usefulness, although even that's questionable. All right. Let's make sure we don't run any more crooked spiders. I don't want any problems with the automatic stuff. Okay, all right. This is attributable to Winter Storm. I've seen it in many places. But this is a Tiger. And there are Tigers that came in January here. There's one of the companies of the 503rd. One of the platoons of the 503rd did take place. It's available in one of the games that I used to play, the Stalingrad game by V for Victory. You can actually get these guys. So this could be of this area, but the one thing that's noticeable is you got the mixture of road wheels, and you've got no camouflage. You've got a brigade marking. That's it. Of some sort. All right. That's what we'll do. Is we'll look at something else, so we don't have the crooked spider crap. Okay. Everything's up for question now, because in this part 2 that I've seen, and I have not seen this part 2 before, now you got a panther. Okay? Definitely not. Like, okay, now any other footage you put is now up, has not been mirrored. This is obviously winter 43-44 or even 44-45. So, well, throw that out the window. Come on, man. Who are you fooling? Well, here's an interesting thing. This is super interesting. And you guys are seeing it back asswards. Sorry. Actually, when you saw that tank backwards, it wasn't backwards for you guys. I know this information. And this totally correlates with it. But see, now I'm wondering, okay, you guys couldn't put a panther. You put a panther in there, and I'm supposed to trust this? But this is the 85th Tank Brigade. This is one of the first tank brigades that was thrown in that battle. And according to this, it has 14 T-70s, 8 T-34s. I figured it was 50-50 because at this time period, the tank brigades had an equal number, at least on paper, of T-70s and T-34s. And then 2 KVs of some sort or the other. I mean, that sounds reasonable. And then this tank brigade, this is just attached to 13 Tank Corps. I'm going to watch this video just to see what's on here. Yeah, the Horst Scheibert's book actually tells you what kind. These are all Panzer IV longs. Most of the Panzer IIIs, like 72 of them or something, are all longs, and the other like 23 are shorts. So I would suspect most of those shorts are probably Js, early Js, or what they call the J1. And the 23rd and the 17th, whenever it frickin' showed up, they were really under strength, Panzer Division. So I'm not even going to do that. I'm going to paint mine as the 6th. Okay. Let's see if we can find a picture of a T-34. That's what we wanted to. Figured I'd check this out first. I should have just played the one that I had before. Okay, here is a... No, you don't see any markings on that one. Not even in snow. Here we go. So we have a couple T-34s there. They don't look like they're very camouflaged. Big numbers. We got 13. I've seen that marking before, where you would have 13 on one part of the turret, and on the other part of the turret, 13. Like, that just looks wrong. So I probably wouldn't do that. And then this looks like it's 77. They're definitely the right T-34. I'm going to take my little note writing thing here. Okay. Let's make sure no crooked spider decides to show up. Okay, here's another picture of 13. That one does look like it's got camouflage on it. . Got a bunch of guys with Pepe Shaw's on it. I don't know what the marking is of the tank before it. So these boxes, I always thought, man, they make these really boring, rudimentary toolboxes. They're actually boxes that are full of dirt. So they use it as additional armor. I always thought, all these Russian tanks always have these trunks on them. Like, oh, everybody just cooperates, right? And they just carry ammo for the bridge people. Since they got to make a bridge. Nope, it's extra armor. Which I guess is better than not having it. Looks like you're going to make one of them red 13. What else we got here? Another commercial. These mid-commercials, midstream. Well, here's that vehicle, which is very strange that this is. This totally looks like a Panzer Gray vehicle. It may not be, but it's obviously an F2. It sure looks like 332. I guess it could be 832. It 832 would make more sense. There's a knocked out one with a tiger. I picture again. Come on, we need some new pictures. Here's an interesting vehicle coming up. Okay. This is probably a Panzer IV F1. And they did, which means it would not have been from the 6th Panzer. It would have been one of the ones from the 23rd. Because the 6th Panzer did not have any F1s. They were all long barrels. Or the barrel's broken, just like that Panther I have. That's possible, I guess. I think that's pretty unlikely to hit the barrel of another tank, but you never know. I'm not really sure how thick that steel is. Come on, show me some more pictures. Show me some pictures. Okay, the other thing I've kind of been at a loss for is they had a Panzerjäger battalion there, self-propelled, trying to figure out what martyrs, and I really wanted them to have three H's because I've got one 3H to do. But this is the Martyr 2D. Again, doesn't look like they have any camouflage. They're just like, oops. Too late, no time for that. And this looks like a 105 or a 150 artillery piece. It's such an ugly vehicle. I got one, but I really don't want to repaint it. All right, what other photos we got in here? Just repeated figures. They got that stupid Panther in there again. Yeah. Come on, guys. You should know better than that. This thing looks great. I don't know what number it is. That thing looks great. But that sure looks like an F2. It is. There's a little side thing. All right. Sorry for the side exit full screen. All right, let's just close everything down. All right, let's go on a search. To Colibri. Colibri decals. T34, exactly. That's exactly what we're looking for. All right. Let's go images. And I'm looking for stuff that's white. So down in this zone over here. Visit. Stalingrad-Kharkov. Sounds good to me, comrade. Anybody who's going to write stuff in crayon, they probably shouldn't be allowed to do things on the... Can we zoom in on that? Come on, tell me we can zoom in. Ah, poop. That's freaking crayon writing thing, looking thing. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and I'm going to save it. Sorry, I don't. First of all, it's not in the scale that I can do. I don't know how these people's decals are. Maybe they're awesome. That's just a black and white copy of the same thing. And actually, you can go and write. It should tell you, actually, if you get these, it actually tells you what unit there are and all that. Sometimes they include that in there. Sometimes they don't. Super Hobby, that's who's selling these. I've never ordered from Super Hobby before, but they tend to do that with all their stuff. So let's close this out. Okay, is this a different one? It looks like it is. Okay, these are Model 43 ones. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for Model 42s. Oh, I'm gone from there. All right, let's try this again. Okay, we got stuff here, we got stuff here, we got stuff here. Okay, that's Battle for Belarus 4344. Okay, so I'm actually okay with that. They don't have to necessarily be for this battle. I just wanted to have red handwriting on them. This website's acting weird. No, shit. I don't want to go back to that same website. Quinta Studio. Doesn't Colibri have a website? I thought they did. Selling them through Etsy. Okay, here we go. Here's some numbers. Even though it's later, we can make it big. All right. Save image as. Sure, save it there. I'm real lazy about organizing shit. Got this down here. Okay, this is the same thing that I already have. Okay. Colibri flamethrowers? Nope. Kharkov, we've looked at those, right? Yeah. I think so. Yeah. There's one that looks like they had one grouped in with T-70s as well. This is the Battles of the Ukraine. We did that. Oh my God, they make KV2 decals for the snow? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. Ones that come with like a fish. Wow, I got a couple more KV2 turrets to do. That's the one for the T70. That's also the one for the T70. I swear I saw it on the other page. Okay, I think I have enough to work on with now. Okay. Let's get this back behaving where it's supposed to be. All right, so we grabbed one T-34. Now let's look at our I'm going to do one of them with the black writing, which is this 81. And I'm just going to paint it. I'm just going to paint 81 on it. I want the one that's the whitest in that spot. This one will work. All right. Let's get my black paint. Black 81. We're not going to use this. Jesus, how blind am I? Pretty damn blind if you think I'm going to use that. Two of them are going to have red. One of them's going to have white. And now, since both of these have boxes, I'll have the two red ones with boxes. This one without any boxes. So we're just looking for an 8-1 to paint on there. Okay. A little bit of water. Is this a super good one? No. There we go. Always hold it by the barrel, because you just rub more paint off and it makes the barrel look more realistic, like it's been shot before. Now, I was reading somewhere that the Russians actually actively used wrong numbering systems on purpose to fool the Germans into thinking that they had more tanks in a unit than they did. So this might have been a tank brigade that actually starts, that doesn't start with, 1. It might start with, 61 or something like that. Just an 81 on there. And I'm going to go ahead and put an 81 on the back as well, just for extra decoration. And I'm going to put it under this grab hand, make my life easy. And then the same thing on this other side. Except we're going to do the 1 first. And I also kind of want to do the numbers in that style. I don't want all my numbers to look the same. That's done. I know it looks kind of empty, but shit happens. Okay. Let's look at the other picture that we have. I actually like the first one better. A circle split in half. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do one of them with a number. I'm gonna do 77 with the other one, and then this other one with this little circle. I gotta make it big enough that I can make the smaller circle. So we need red. Red is here. going to sketch with a dark red. Now, I'm going to change my mind. I'm not going to do 13. I'm going to do 23. I'm still going to do a 3. And we're going to do an artsy 2. Okay, it comes to a point. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. Except we've got to do the 3 first, so I leave myself enough room. It's too neat. It's neater than the freaking tank crew would do. You do too good of a job. Go to the gulag. Comrade Stalin says, enjoy the gulag. And then we're going to come in with a pure red. And we're going to end up dry brushing over it. And we won't do a number on the back on that one. And this other one, if there's a 77, there's probably a 76. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side, but we'll do the 6 first, because you don't want to like be pushed up against the wall and you didn't leave yourself enough space. Putting that little wave in the top of the 7 too. Not a line through the 7, that'd be a German 7. Virgil, let's go. Let's go, Virgil. So that's what we've got red 23, red 76, and black 81. Hold on one second, folks. Okay. So, we're going to pick one of them. Let's grab 81 since we did that one first. And we're going to black line it. Now, we don't want to use this really, 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 really good one. We'll use one that's just a good one. Could still use it for faces. All right. Where is a known oil? How long have I been on here? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, do I have some of that stickum stuff here? I hope so. I mean, I do. The question is it handy? Yes, right here. And all right, and let's start on the turret. We never start on the turret. I mean, I don't know the age of these sculpts, how old these things are, but I'm pretty sure they've been around most of my life. Heck, they're probably from the 70s, I'd probably say. 70s, early 80s, definitely at least that old. And I don't think they look that bad. I really don't think they look that bad. This is the one that actually is a different hatch. Worked out perfectly to be from another unit. Woo! Good catch. The ventilator. T-3045s tended to have two. Of course, it's a different, bigger turret. T-3045s also had an extra guy in the turret. Or gal, if it was a female crew. I think it was a couple tanks that had female crews. There's one famous tank that was, I'm not sure if the whole crew was female or just one of the people, because it was called like Combat Girlfriend or something like that. I want to say the story behind that one is some guy that was a tanker gets knocked out and his wife gets killed in action. He was a tanker and the wife collects all this money. I don't know how you collect money in a society where nobody has money, but okay. And forms up a unit or a tank or something like that. I think it was just a tank. And I think she's part of the crew. I don't know what her name is, other than I'm sure her name ends in A. I'm sure her last name ends in A, the feminine version of whatever the regular name is. Well, that's turret's pretty much done on that. We'll get some on the underside here. I bet with a little bit of practice, I could paint these numbers in black and then come in here and highlight the middle of it in white. And I could make my own outline numbers for the Germans. If I needed to go over like some pistol ports or something, I bet I could do it. All right, turret is done on that one. Let's move on to the rest of the body here. I mean, I actually tried the enamel stuff, figuring, oh, I bet it covers better. No, it doesn't. And then I've got to cover the entire vehicle in some kind of acrylic clear coat so it doesn't react with anything else. I'm like, well, that's more work. Time for the blues. Okay. You're staying up just for that. Well, might as well have some ice cream then, right? Because that's what puts me in a good mood. Like, oh man, I got the blues. All right, let's eat some ice cream. Woohoo! Yeah, you don't get that because you don't have to go to work. Right, the Blues right on schedule. This makes such a difference. Such a difference. And the fact that you can just do a light dusting on top of this and it'll clip all of the top, all the rivet heads and everything is just, better than going in there and touching every single one of them. Now, I don't like this little cable that just does a disappearing act. Like it's here 1 second and then it's gone. So I guess we'll have to put a wash around it and then just forget it. Because on the mold, the Skytrex mold, you could tell that it was supposed to go from here all the way to here, but it's like disappeared. I wonder if these molds exist somewhere. How old do you think that the molds for these Skytrex things are, Jeffrey? They got to be from like the late 70s or early 80s. 85, 86, something like that. Mid 1980s? Yeah. I mean, I remember when I was doing this, my buddy Jeff and I that were doing this stuff before, in the late 90s. We were a fan of in the mid to late 90s. We were a fan of the white metal vehicles. But now, because of the heft, but there's so many downsides to it. If they fall on the ground, they'll wreck themselves. They have sharper edges, so they get scuffed up more. They're hard to put together. There's all kinds of downsides to them. And when you have to drill something out in them, they're not fun. They're not fun to drill into. Better than die cast. Drilling in a die cast is like, pain in the butt. But I suspect when these things came out, they were relatively well received. I think they made a pretty complete line of all the vehicles. Like, imagine how much the Skytrex T35 weighs. It probably weighs three times as much as this. No joke. Easy. And that's if it's hollow. Instead of a coffin for 7 brothers, it's a morgue for the whole village. Everybody dies. And as much as I'd like to have one or an S model one to see how big it is, the 1/87th scale ones I have are just fine. And yeah, they're significantly smaller. But at least I did that on a tank that's really, really huge. So it actually looks the size that it should be. And a T35, forget its mechanical reliability, which it is terrible. Its combat value is pretty low because it has really poor armor. It has like the kind of armor that you'd see on like an early Panzer III. It actually probably has a fair amount of armor, but it's spread over a whole city block. So you got to spread it thin. You don't spread it thin, and then you'll end up getting a bite of a bagel that doesn't have any cream cheese on it. You know what I mean? You got to spread that thing all over the whole tank. There's this line here that is barely visible. And this is where I like miniature painters better than model builders. Model builders would just be like, we don't need to put that black line there. It looks realistic. And a miniature wargamer would be like, we need to make it pop. We need to make these details pop so you can see them 2-3 feet away. All right. That's it for that. We're going to have to drill in and make a MG, which will not have a little cowling on it, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. Who knows where the heck this thing's gone to? Is it over here? Yep. Oh, we can go smaller than that. This is pretty stinking huge. Not spinning. Thank you. Go a little bit up a size. That one right there. My daughter says in Spain, lots of places are closed on Sunday. Just like they're not even open for business. And I'm like, man, that would suck to be on one of your days off and nothing's open. How deep does that go? All right, so now what we're going to do is this will probably work. Where's the yellow? The yellow clippers of unusual size. There they are. Heck, a staple would work. That's too big, too thick. We only have a slow one now. The ooey gooey one. All right, let's get this. Put this on the. We put this away. Hmm? You ready? Okay. Just hitting these top edges here. That's the thing, you gotta wait till like almost nothing left on it. And then we're gonna come over here and hit the top of these rivets just ever so slightly. Ever so lightly. And you do the same thing on the turret. I'm really liking these snow vehicles, like a lot. All right, let's do the same thing. Let's add a little bit more white. Still get it almost all off. Any parts that stick out, especially like on the shape of a turret, if it's got any tiny little angles, you want to hit those sides so that those details will pop. Perfect example I can think of is a Panzer II out of Panzer II that I did. Panzer II, super complicated turret, especially for a little vehicle. Hit those edges so that they you don't have to hit them really hard. Just go over them so that you got some detail on them. All right, let's see what this thing looks like at a distance. Freaking gorgeous. Woo! Haha! On guard. Just a great looking vehicle. And this is an old casting. And it's going to look plenty sufficient. And we haven't even gotten to the drippy parts. So that's what we're going to do. I got to use the little boy's room because I forgot to put on my diaper before we started the show. I've managed to forget every time. And I'll be right back and we'll get this guy finished up. Right back, folks. All right. That epoxy should, I mean, that super glue should be cured by now. But still, we don't want to use a new brush on that. We want to use one if something goes sideways. Just a little bit of moisture. Oh, look, my favorite thing, a headlamp. I love painting headlamps. And this came from the stand from before when I hated headlamps. And if you're not good at something, you don't look forward to it. At least that's where I am. So let's get this medium gray type of color. And we're going to paint the whole headlamp. That color. And stitch this big ass paintbrush. That paintbrush is way too large. And let's mix a lighter color. We'll do like a little smiley face on the bottom. Half smiley face, just the smile. Just the smile, not the face. No eyes. And then almost all the way to white. And then at white, a little dot at top. And that's how I do them. No blue. No light blue. That's how I used to do them. Don't like that as much. All right. All right. What's it called, Jeffrey? Tony's Tones. The Three Sisters. And it's all the same brand, and all three of them are different consistency. This one is the wateriest. That's the thickest one. The orange one is the thickest one. And we still have some water to work with here. And I was really concerned when I got this one the orange one was really thick, like it was like bad. Like I wasn't going to be able to use it for anything. Now, I don't do any of this rusting on the road wheels because, first of all, it would take a lifetime. And second of all, it's going to be really cold there. This is going to be just an area where it was cold and it thawed. And that's what's causing moisture accumulation. That's my excuse, anyways. Okay, and this is another area that probably on this tank decided to rust a lot. And I have not a whole lot of rhyme or reason how I mix those up. Keeps me from using exactly the same tone. Well, this is probably another area where this rust came down here and accumulated. Oxidation there, rained. And of course the turret also, let's not forget that. Oh, I see a hinge. Where there's hinge, there's rust. Okay, so that pretty much covers everything, with the exception of adding a little bit of gunmetal, which I like to do, wherever it is. There it is. Lead, oh, I'm not supposed to be using lead belcher. I'm supposed to be using this one. Iron Warriors. So that's not bad. We got one T-34 done. And 3 Soviet trucks. Okay, folks. Well, thanks for stopping by, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. Don't forget to watch the video of it's on my channel that I just posted a few hours ago about the reenactment show, and let's flip this around. And that's on there. It is a little bit lengthy, but doesn't mean if you can't fast forward it. Some people say, "Man, why is your video so long?" I said, "Don't you know how to use the fast forward button?" So, anyhow, pretty happy how these look like, especially these trucks were literally garbage. So, that's a little better. Okay, folks, we'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.